Alright. I think we should be good to go. I'll be waiting forever. How you doing, bro? What's up, guys? What's up, Marvin? What's up, Plant? What's up, Khaled? What's up, Will? Alright, well, here we are yet again. In the Tarnished waiting room. Waiting for Tarnished Edition to drop. The old Darkborn. Oops, god damn it. Wasn't even paying attention. I just fucking switched monitor tab again for no reason. Okay. PlayStation State of Play is tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not streaming that. It's always like these, like Nintendo Direct, State of Play, you know, like Xbox event. Like it's always bad. It's never been good. You don't want to stream that. I want to try something. Something stupid. Okay, I can't swap, so... do that. I want to try, like, the parry. I want to see if that works. Taking suggestion? Yeah, you can always, you know, like... I'm not gonna necessarily, like, go at what you're telling me, but if I think it's interesting and I'm curious... You know, like, sometimes people have interesting ideas that I haven't thought of before, and it's worth it. More often than not, their idea is not interesting, and I've tried it before, but you never know. Yo, Owen, how you doing, man? Nice to see you, dude. Would be cool to see two-handed cat. Oof. I don't really like katanas, but it's true that I have not played it in a while. Try Keen Gugs. Yeah, there you go. To be fair, though, I'm actually kind of eager for Tarnished, just to like make characters so that I can finally like sort of vary my builds and like optimize for certain setups. You know what I mean? Like if I want to play power stance straight sword right now, of course, like I'm on strength, and so I'm not gonna get like the real PSSS experience. You know what I mean? Like, and like if I was on a Fate build, I could, you know, get all my Fate buffs going and do like massive PSSS damage for the real, you know, PSSS experience. So I'm eager for Tarnish for that, so that I can actually play with some setups. They're actually on the other side. Play with some setups in a more like optimal way, like for instance, like the matchup PSSS versus TS. If you're like using TS strength, like it has no chance. But I'm sure if I had like crazy PSSS damage, matchup would be different. You know what I mean? Actually, I don't want to go down yet. I don't think he wants to attack out of stun. Insane. Yo, Isham, how you doing, man? I don't think he meant to drop there. It's just funny. Been rocking Solitude off-axe. Silly, but can be effective. I tried, you know, here and there I tried, like, Greatsword with axe. I don't like one-handed Greatsword. I know some people can make it work, but I personally don't like it. There's a lot of options that I prefer for, to pair with off-axe. I prefer better than Greatsword. Odium, how you doing? Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is, like, you know, instead of having a greatsword main hand, I prefer having a halberd, a curved greatsword, you know? For weapon of the same speed. I even prefer a claw over greatsword. Prefer a dagger, you know? Like, I prefer a lot of things over greatsword one-handed. One-handed greatsword is definitely better than one-handed CGS? I don't think so. I think that's... like, it's not even close either. I think you're completely wrong on that. I think you should revise the matchup. Has better priorities? I'm pretty sure, like, Axe into CGS has prio. Or CGS into Axe. I don't think that really matters. What happened to meta setups and deathless streams? Well, I mean, we had a stream with off-axe and Beast Claw recently that was deathless, like a few streams ago. I just don't really care about the game anymore to... you know, to talk about them or to say it when it happens. I just don't really care about the game enough to care about deathless streams anymore, but they still happen. I just play with whatever, though. Axe into CGS gets interrupted by off-axe / Shamshir on low lat. Oh, thanks, Crown. Appreciate that. when you say you get interrupted, I highly doubt that Arfax and Shem can just like get a clean hit off. Like you'll be trading with the CGS if anything. And then I think CGS should also have the stun that's longer than Shamshir or one-handed axe, so technically you should also keep Prio afterward. But maybe you're right. I don't know. One-handed greatsword has unique true combo like running R2, R1, and R2, 2, R1. Oh, you mean the second R2? Yeah, but when I played with it, like, these were just bad attacks to throw out. Like, I tried to go for running R2s, for instance, but it was always, like, kind of a bad option. Like, you guys make me want to fucking fight you with, like, Axe CGS and just, like, completely... You know, like, completely win the matchup just because CGS is a better one-handed weapon than Greatsword. So you guys are going to be fishing for that running R2 that's actually, like, stupidly hard to land and kind of bad. Not only that, but, you know, I know you guys are always thinking with ladder brain, but, you know, it's Steeple, you have no Ash. You know, I'll just, you know, Flame Strike you. And then just having Flame Strike wins the matchup by itself, really. I mean, you guys would agree, right? That like Flame Strike, okay, so you would be playing LGS or like another Greatsword. Okay, good. I think that's what you should do too. With that being said, though, your damage is lower than the CGS if you do that. Like, I'd be using like Freya, and Freya does a lot of damage. And lock onto the host. There you go. But I could strafe that. God damn it. Man, I wish I could fucking play you guys when you say stuff like that. Like, I genuinely think that off-axe greatsword is bad. Well, I mean, you know, it's still off-axe. Like, off-axe carries it, like, you know, pretty much any setup, but I really don't think greatsword is a good main-end weapon. Also, like, even losing Prio after the axe, like, I could just put Storm Stomp on the CGS. And that wouldn't be an issue anymore. And it would make the mix-ups even harder to deal with. Oh wow, that clipped me somehow. Just take it. Like, we're gonna have fun just low IQ, like, set up parry with like axe into like them attacking out of stun and just just parrying. I don't want to play you. Canada EU is not ideal. It's definitely not ideal, but people from EU that have good connections, I actually have a pretty good connection with. Like I have a lot of friends from Europe, and you know, like they have like fiber internet, and so do I. And you know, obviously it's not going to be as clean as if we were from the same continent, but it's very, very playable. But if you're like from China, you know, like Russia, Australia, like of course, like I'm not gonna be eager to fight someone that's that far. Like there's, or like even South America, even if it's not supposed to be that far from me, it's always really latent. Can you do axe into parry as setup parry, or do you need more stun? No, well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to find out. Like, I'm trying to just do that into that. And the reason why I'm picking the axe over, like, let's say the, you know, the Wakizashi is, like, people respect the Wakizashi second R2. Whereas the axe, like, it's more prone to people attacking out of stun against it, so that's why I wanted to try it. You played once and I called you a shitnet fuck? Well, I mean, maybe you do have garbage net. Like, you know, you can be from EU and have shitnet too. Like, doesn't mean that you have good internet. And also, EU's large. You know? Like, some people consider, well, I mean, I say some people. I think technically, like, part of Russia is considered EU. Even though it's super far from me. EU to Canada can be 400 ms. But like I said, you know, like, I know a lot of people from EU and I have a very good connection to them. You know, it's still going to be latency, but... like, there's always these people that... they know they have shit net and they kinda... you know... they pretend like they don't have shit net, you know what I mean? Yo, Luvial, thanks for the gifted, man. You're technically like border of Russia, and 90% of them have bad land. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's what I mean. It's not anything about like the people or anything like that. It's just like reality is like, I know a ton of people who are super chill from SA, for instance, but none of them have a good connection to me, so our fights are not enjoyable. It's just how it is. There's nothing to it. And it's not even their fault. Like, it's legitimately, like, the infrastructure over there is just bad. Whereas, for instance, if you're fighting against someone that's from Korea, like, Korea is actually super far from me, so even in the best case scenario, we have a ton of lat, and Korea has really good infrastructure. But, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it's too far. So it's just how it is. What did I get hit by? I got hit by something. Like, in between the swing, I got hit by something else. Didn't look like any of these guys, though. Yeah, I'd need to rewatch it, but... maybe I got hit by the mage and it actually stunned me? I don't know. Not much of an opening right now, though. I need to be careful about that spell. I've gotten one-shotted plenty of times by this. Maybe I should just block it. Alright, what do you have? Oh, okay. Did he duck under it? Might want to neutral parry this guy. Actually, I can't swap on this setup because my axe is not near like daggers that I can swap, so I need to soft swap. Yo, Jacob, thanks for the bits, man. Thanks for the Prime resub for 5 months, dude. Hope you're well, G. Been doing Straight Sword, off-axe, and... let me just move that. And Kestis off-axe and duels. Super fun, but... might be bad for invasions. Yeah, usually these sort of setups are not great for invasions. Even what I'm using right now shouldn't be great for invasion, aside from, you know, the parry one-shot, which is technically what I'm going for most of the time. Like, every time you just hit someone with the axe, like, for the most part in an invasion setting, you're not getting anywhere. So you're basically, like, just setting it up so that at some point you get your opportunity for the parry one-shot. You've never seen anyone use that Gods Can Belly spell? Yeah, it did a surprising amount of damage and it came out very fast. Maybe it's a sleeper. What would From have to do to the game to try to fix this problem? Which problem? I missed the conversation. Which problem? Also, had my YouTube chat hidden. There you go. The netcode? Well, unironically, like, for the PC version, what they did wrong was they, like, wrapped packets to prevent, like... You know, it was a form of cheat prevention, but they would need to remove that, just like, you know, Seamless Co-op and these other mods do. That's one thing, one way they could fix it on PC. Aside from that, like, what they're doing with this game is actually not bad at all. Like, people complain about the netcode a lot, but ultimately what it comes down to is, like, it's more design issues than, like netcode issues. Because this is as good as it's possible to get for video games in terms of latency and maybe even, well, lag prevention, I'm not really so sure. I think you could probably have some sort of better compensation, maybe. Because, like, what happens, like, basically, like, what happens with, like, games that handle, like, lag and packet loss and skipping, basically what happens is the game, like, you know, if I'm fighting someone, let's just say I'm fighting someone, this is this other person, I'm fighting someone and, you know, they're using Wi-Fi and so their connection drops, and so, like, I'm constantly sending them data of my actions, whether I'm moving, whether I'm attacking, whether I'm rolling. I'm basically constantly sending them data of what I'm doing, and they are constantly sending me data of what I'm doing. It's not a lot of data, it's just, you know, it's a few kilobytes, you know. It's very simple stuff, but you're constantly, like, receiving a stream of data. And so when you're on Wi-Fi, sometimes the data gets lost or gets delayed due to interference. And, you know, the game has to wait for the data to arrive, and that's why you're going to see someone skipping, because the data has been delayed or lost. But what some games do to compensate for that is basically, if you were moving like that, if you were moving forward, like, instead of the game, like, like freezing your character and then teleporting you, what the game will do to compensate for the packet loss, it will be to simply guess that the player is going to be doing the exact same action that they were doing previously, aka if I'm moving forward and the data, the data doesn't get sent, instead of skipping and like stop moving and skipping, what will happen is like I'll just continue to move forward on their screen. And this is actually called rollback netcode. This is how rollback netcode works. You basically guess that the player is doing the exact same action that they were doing previously. Now, rollback netcode like does that like constantly and basically corrects the correct positioning and action afterward. But technically, you can use some sort of rollback netcode like that for, like packet loss compensation. It is possible. So this is something that From could implement to like make it better. However, like ultimately, what it comes down to is the game should punish players from having an unstable connection. Ultimately, it just comes down to like simple things that the game could do. Like if you're connected to the PlayStation server or like the Steam API or whatever, like when you're pinging a server, if your connection is constantly unstable, it should boot you offline until you stabilize your connection. That's what it comes down to. And then same thing applies if for instance you're too latent to someone. Well, you should be either region locked, or better than region lock is like having a ping filter where you just can't connect with people that have like over, let's say, 200 milliseconds, so that you don't have situations where you're fighting someone that has 400 ms and it's completely unplayable. So with that being said, what FromSoft has right now, though, compared to like other games, especially other Souls games that try to emulate them, actually FromSoft has the better version and the better implementation of the netcode. And it's mostly due to the peer-to-peer. Like, people love to shit on peer-to-peer, but peer-to-peer is technically the lowest latency you can have for this sort of stuff. And also, like, servers have advantages, but it's extremely costly, and so for most games it's not really feasible to have servers, especially a game like this where the PvP is more like a second thing. Will you play Mortal Shell 2? I'm definitely interested. I played the first one. I kind of liked it. Obviously, it was rough around the edges, but it's like an indie game with not a lot of people, so it's understandable. With that being said, I'm sure that they've learned from their first game, and the second one I expect to be better. And I feel like Mortal Shell was probably the best Souls-like that I've played, in terms of having its own identity and still, like, feeling like its own thing and not, like, having, like, stupid mechanics, so to speak. But to be fair, I didn't play it a lot, so... Like, like, for instance... a Souls-like game that I'm not really a big fan of is Lords of the Fallen. I always felt like Lords of the Fallen had a ton of potential, but there's a lot of very shabby execution with, like, decision-making. Like, for instance, the dodge distance, or, like, they have this really cool mechanic where you can, like, two-hand in between it, like, in between swings, like, two-hand or one-hand your weapon, but there's no advantages to doing that. Like, for the most part, your R2s and your R1s do the same amount of damage, and your two-handed, one-handed, like, there's barely difference in any sort of attack, so they make their own really good mechanic pointless, you know what I mean? So, Mortal Shell, even though it was far from perfect, I felt like it had the most coherent design, so to speak, in terms of, like, gameplay decisions. While not announced, the developer previously mentioned that they were open to adding multiplayer in the future if the game was successful, but nothing's been confirmed for Mortal Shell 2. That's interesting. Like I said, I think their first game was pretty rough around the edges, but you always have to, you always have to give, like, a bit of leeway to these indie studios. Like, they can't make everything on their first go. Like, it's just You know, like the first Mortal Shell was a small game, small in scale, but it was perfect for, you know, for a first go, and I think they were successful in what they were trying to achieve. Is Demon Souls or Lords of the Fallen better PvP? I mean, come on now, like, Demon Souls has way better PvP than Lords of the Fallen. It's not even close, let's be real. The PvP for Demon Souls is not even that bad either. Yeah, Demons, exactly, like, Demon Souls is very, like, such a good way to put it. Demon Souls is extremely bare bones, but they still got a lot of things right on their first try, absolutely. I fully agree there. Absolutely agree with that. Like, the issue with, like, comparing, like, Demon Souls with Lords of the Fallen is Demon Souls gets the fundamentals right, whereas Lords of the Fallen has no fundamental whatsoever. Like, it has nothing. Like, you know, the damage, the attacks, the range of the weapon, everything is all over the place, like, completely disregarding, like, any logic or, you know, any gameplay hierarchy of, like, you know, small weapons, fast, low damage, big weapon, you know. Like, they have, like, these straight swords that are, like, the length of, like, a great spear, you know what I mean? And they do, like, a ton of damage, and then, you know, like, all the casting is super fast, and, like, they basically had no... They put no attention to any of that stuff. And then you add on top of that the fact that the PvP is like one player is basically the host and everyone's the client, and it's not peer-to-peer. It just cannot work. Like, they just can't, like, in the first place, it's called a networking topology, but it's basically like the way they implemented their netcode. It just has no way of working for PvP. As we have someone in here. Wonder where they are, though. It's a cool map, though, for change. It's probably a noob, though. Yeah, I mean, by the time I get there, yeah, he's already dead. Didn't even have time to get to him, even if I wanted to. Didn't Lords of the Fallen dev contact you and Steel for feedback? Yeah, they contacted me. I got Steel hooked up. And they listened to some stuff. We helped them, like, you know, like, for instance, I helped them... I mean, honestly, I helped them fix a lot of bugs. I helped them fix a fucking memory leak. You know, like, I helped them fix a lot of stuff, but when it comes to, like, gameplay stuff, they didn't really listen to us. Like, aside from reducing the roll distance where we had to fight for it, it still was too large in our opinion, but eventually, like, down the line, like, you know, like a year later, they reduced it again. But at the end of the day, no, they didn't listen to us for the most of it. But to be fair, we also told them that balancing the PvP was not worth it because of the way their networking worked. Like, one thing I told them was to scrap the PvP, and the gameplay guy was having the same opinion as me, but obviously, even though we taught that, it was not possible because, you know, the game was already advertised for PvP. And so it's not like, you know, they didn't listen as much as they didn't really listen for the roll distance and that sort of stuff, but for the most part, we told them it was not worth it to put a lot of attention on the PvP stuff. It was not worth the effort. That's what we told them ultimately. If I jump here, maybe Fuji will see me. And the spawns are sometimes fucked up in this, so... I'm assuming Fuji, like, spawned far away. Yeah, I was more like a tester. I didn't, like, develop anything. Is Fuji there? I felt like I saw Fuji, but I don't see him. Now, like, these guys went through the trouble of, like, clearing this map, which is... I actually appreciate because we never fight here, and it's a pretty cool spot. Okay, there you go. So I definitely, definitely like that. We give shit for to gankers, but... Oh, you can do that. It's... Would you whip me? He is. So my, what's it called? My guard counter does not break his ash. Getting very close together though. I did not even mean to do that. It's just a complete fluke. I don't know if I want to gank him, honestly, like... I don't want to gank him, but... I guess I'll let Fuji fight him. I don't like ganking gankers who are cool. Like they go out of their way to set up these interesting fights. What the fuck happened there? I think Fuji is banking on the fact that, or like he's thinking like their lat is too high, so he's going for like a one shot more than anything. Wow. Can't believe that worked. Like, technically, like, what Fuji is thinking is, like, he can get outplayed for a while, and it won't matter if he gets that one parry, but I think he gave up on that strat. Scythe is definitely a bad choice in this matchup. Like, the greatsword here wins. Because you know, there's similar speed weapons, but the greatsword has the eye armor advantage over sight, basically. Although he doesn't seem to have the Volgo tally. Found the range there. Kind of a fluke sword dance for him. Like, I hate when it does that. Like, it happens to me often as well. Like, the opponent is right in front of you. Like, you're basically going for a trade, and the sword dance just completely misses, even though you're point blank locked on. It happens to me often. It's kind of a fluky way to lose for him, honestly. Still knows a tech to keep Prio sight against Greatsword. Yeah, you can keep Prio with sight against anything. Like, staggered R1s with sight will keep Prio against anything, but in neutral, a Greatsword with enough poise will tank the sight. So the Greatsword has the advantage. Wouldn't Brass Shield be better? Yeah, but this one looks cooler. And this one's a dragon snake. Look at that. You know why there's a snake? Because it's venomous when you get the parry. A winged dinosaur. Thank you, Isham. Mesmer Soldier Shear is surprisingly decent too. Yeah, I was looking at shields recently, and I noticed that the Mesmer Soldier one, the ugly round one, actually has some pretty good elemental defense. The Wyvern? Bro, come on. It's a snake with bat wings. I mean, it does look like a snake, though. Like, the dragon wings are, like, random. They're not attached to anything. Wish we could look at it, like... You know, it's clearly a snake. But yeah, it looks sick, I agree. It's coiled around something. It's coiled around Mesmer. Wish Hype Armor didn't last longer than the hitbox. It breaks with punish consistency. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. Hype Armor in this game is very poorly balanced, especially in its current state. Like, Hyper Armor starting as soon as, like, frame 8, like, frame 6, or, like, you know, we had some stupidly fast Hyper Armor since this game came out. You cannot have that. It's okay for an attack like Lion's Claw to have, like, frame 1 Hyper Armor, but it's only for attacks like that that are extremely telegraphed, extremely punishable, and extremely slow. Then you give them the redeeming quality of, like, you can do it on reaction. Otherwise, they would be useless. But aside from that, it's not a good idea to have Hyper Armor that starts fast for the game's health. AGS R2. Yeah, a lot of Viper Armor weapons R2s are... Like, what happens is, FromSoft buffed the R2s because the R2s were underpowered. They sped them up, which is a good thing, you know? Like, the R2s were kind of useless for the most part before that, and they're in a good spot speed-wise right now, I would say. Most of them, at least. But, by speeding them up, they didn't actually, you know, they didn't actually fix the Hyper Armor startup. Well, it's gonna be BG here. I'm not gonna be able to fight this mage here close quarter. So close. Not what I wanted. Ain't shit net. Oh, come on, dude. combo lock on. Yazaki was asked if they should just remove PvP from Elden Ring, and he said no, I want them to suffer. That's so funny. I hope that's true. uh... Amir did a great vid on Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring neutral pressure. I saw it. I don't think it was a good vid, because I think it was wrong. I think it's actually the opposite. If you want, guys, we can watch it afterward. That vid in question. We can go into more details and do a reaction to his vid. Because they're too pussy to do anything. I'll make the move. Here. Oh, so we're not able to reach them. We gave it a shot, but they're just hiding on top of the ladder. It's 3 of them? No, it's 2 of them, but they backed up there, and they don't want to move. There they are. They're just standing there. Bro, you have one thing to do and it's to dodge these. Can't even do it. Try something here. least we have infinite pot. Maybe we can clip them here and there. Oh, they don't want me recrafting the pots. That's why they're doing that. You do all this instead of fighting 2v1? Yep. Exactly. Need 3v1 at least, yeah. Maybe they're waiting for a blue. Who knows? No, Shackle does not cost FP. Damn. Insane, dude. Look at this shit. Bro, these people are mental. What the fuck? It's kind of funny, though. Man, camera's wild. Problem is here, I'm actually out of everything. I'm out of healings and I'm out of every resource possible. I'm just like, when they come down, I'm actually like not really able to do much back. But they're doing all that crap out of spite? Yeah, pretty much. Just gonna regen for now. Oh, they're coming, I think. He's gonna quit the world. Yep. This is crazy, dude. These people are mental. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Dude, Amir made also like another vid that I saw earlier about you know, how you shouldn't judge people for being toxic in video games. I also think he got everything completely wrong there. Should react to both his vids. Alright, if you guys want, we can react to it right away. I don't mind it. Alright, let's do it. Since we're talking about it, let's do it right now. Let me pull it up. Actually, I'm gonna restart the music playlist also. Or actually, we can stop it because it won't matter. Let's see here. Give me a sec. Alright, let's react to the first one. Let me pull it up. Guys, feel free to tell me if the volume is, you know, if the volume from the vid is like too high or too low and that sort of stuff. Okay, window. There you go. Be good. Alright, let's check this out.
In my video on neutral on my main channel.
By the way, the title here is a key difference between Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 PvP. And this is definitely a subject that, you know, I should be very familiar with.
In my video on neutral on my main channel, I said that I believe Dark Souls 3 has weaker keep out than Elden Ring, or turn and burn.
So the premise here is Dark Souls 3 has a weaker keep out than Elden Ring. Well, the way he defines keep out, because this is something that I believe it's you know, it's his definition of turn and burn. Basically, he calls it a keep out. So basically, turn and burn is supposed to be better in
my video on neutral on my main channel, I said that I believe Dark Souls 3 has weaker keep out than Elden Ring.
So Dark Souls 3 has weaker turn and burn, and Elden Ring has better or harder to deal with turn and burn. That's his premise. My premise is the complete opposite. I believe that Dark Souls 3 has stronger turn and burn than Elden Ring. And I can actually give you my reason right now, so we can, you know, fast forward through the vid. But ultimately what it comes down to is Dark Souls 3 lacks forward momentum and priority on running attacks. It's just that simple. And because Dark Souls 3 lacks forward momentum in general for like nearly every weapon, there's not that many tools that you can aggress with. Whereas same thing with status, you can't build up like ghost hits for the most part in Dark Souls 3 as reliably as you can with Elden Ring. And so basically in Elden Ring, you have a lot of options to traverse a large distance fairly safely, you know, with a lot of hyper armor weapons even. And so turn and burn is harder to do in Elden Ring because of that. And also punishing a turn and burn is also harder because, you know, the recovery is also lower in Elden Ring. So I disagree on basically every front to all the arguments he makes here. It's actually the complete opposite that's going on. It's easier to turn and burn in Dark Souls 3, and it's harder to punish a turn and burn because ultimately you have limited aggression tool, and even your running attacks don't have priority. So that's what it comes down to.
Or turn and burn, as some call it. But one commenter was curious as to why I believe that. As to them, it seems like it would actually be stronger in Dark Souls 3. Specifically, they pointed out how the stagger of neutral or standing attacks or...
The stagger is one reason, but that's not even the biggest one. The biggest one is really the fact that you have a limited arsenal for pressure in Dark Souls 3 compared to Elden Ring. Just the fact that the jumping attack in Elden Ring traverses a very large distance, lets you break neutral and punish a lot of turn and burn. Whereas as a turn and burn player, you can't just position yourself to turn and burn every possible attack, because a lot of attacks in Elden Ring just have like range that force you basically to dodge.
Stronger in that game relative to running attacks, while in Elden Ring, there's usually no difference. Let me try explaining it from the top down. Keep out is worse in Dark Souls 3 because it's just worse if you miss it. In Elden Ring, if you whiff an
That's a good point, though. It's worse if you miss it, whereas basically what he means is when you are baiting a turn and burn, you can punish the turn and burn afterward easier in Dark Souls 3 than you can in Elden Ring. That is correct. But that goes both ways, really. It goes both ways, and for the most part, this punishing of the turn and burn is really a thing of a closed quarter arena. Like walled off arena, you can do that, but infinite maps like we have a lot in Elden Ring, that's a different story. With infinite map, you're never really like the opponent. It can basically run forever until they're satisfied with the spacing that they have. Basically, that's what it comes down to. So, of course, here is, I think, like, he's basically talking about duels. And so when we're talking duels, it's only closed arena like that. And with any turn and burn and purely passive gameplay, at some point, if you keep backing up, you're going to be close to a wall and you're going to be forced to engage. And that's when baiting a turn and burn, you can punish them in Dark Souls 3, whereas it's going to be harder to guarantee punish them in Elden Ring. So in that sense, he is correct in that sense that when you bait an attack, it is easier to get the punish. But ultimately, I think the way I see it is Elden Ring just has more tools, and Elden Ring favors aggression way more than Dark Souls 3 does. Dark Souls 3 really, really has a dominant reactive playstyle, and it's very different in Elden Ring. You can play reactively, and very often it's better to play reactively in Elden Ring, but the difference in an aggressive playstyle in Dark Souls 3 versus an aggressive playstyle in Elden Ring, it's just way stronger in Elden Ring than in Dark Souls 3, purely because you have more tools at your disposal. Your attacks have more forward momentum.
attack,
So that's what it comes down
the
to.
opponent's whiff punish on most setups will usually only guarantee them the one hit, and might even put them in disadvantage. Or might not even stun because
Another point, going back to recovery, because the aggressor is the first one to attack, if the aggressor misses, then the low recovery also favors the aggressor, because the aggressor can then escape afterward. So the low recovery actually hinders reactive gameplay technically and favors the one who attacks first and whiffs.
of poise. Meanwhile, in Dark Souls 3, nearly every weapon has a 2-hit combo through its standing light attacks, which is due to its very advantageous stun on the first attack. On many setups, they could roll catch you to death off of one whiff if they kept reading when you're gonna roll, unlike Elden Ring, where mix-up chains are far more limited. You can also just keep swinging and keep priority indefinitely, which is rarely the case in Elden Ring. But doesn't strong standing attacks make keep out strong?
That's also a very good point. Aggressing in Dark Souls 3 once you get the first hit is way easier than in Elden Ring, but that's not in neutral. Like in neutral, because this is what he means by keep out. Keep out is not in neutral the way he defines it. Aggression is easier in Dark Souls 3 after you get the first hit. So basically like follow-up attacks, because you always have priority. We always complain about that in Elden Ring, that Elden Ring doesn't keep prio. It's true that once you do get the first hit, then it's easier to aggress because you can just keep roll catching and keep mixing people up. Whereas in Elden Ring, usually the weapons that can roll catch have very low stun, and it's very easy to get out of stuff either by mashing, by jumping. You have a lot more options to get out of pressure in Elden Ring. But the first hit, being the aggressor on the first hit, is easier to get in Elden Ring than in Dark Souls 3.
Stronger as well? Somewhat, but not nearly as much. Standing attacks don't have the same range as running attacks, so it's way more likely to whiff. And when you do whiff, you put yourself in a pretty bad position, because you just used your first R1, and you no longer have it available, and are instead limited to the lower range, lower stagger attack that is your follow-up R1. So the reward you get for interrupting their roll catch is way lower than the reward they could get from either whiff punishing you immediately or roll catching you. Because
the thing is, everything that he's saying is correct. Like it might be, I don't know how to put it, but I feel like at the end of the day, like everything that I'm mentioning and everything that we're hearing in this vid, I think like all the points, like every experienced player like agrees with these things. It's just at the end of the day, my conclusion is that in neutral, it's easier to aggress in Elden Ring than in Dark Souls 3. If he says the opposite, that's where we disagree with. Maybe he has a different definition than Keep Out that that I'm not aware of, but you know, for the most part, I think we agree on most points, though.
Because of the range running attacks have, it's a lot easier to not whiff them compared to...
However, the premise is that it's easier to aggress, basically, or it's hard. What was it? What was it again? I don't want to misconstrue it.
Weaker Keep Out than Elden Souls 3 has weaker Keep...
Dark Souls 3 has weaker Keep Out, so weaker Turn and Burn than Elden Ring. And the reason that he says, basically the biggest reason, is that because the recovery is low. So in Dark Souls 3, you can bait a turn and burn and punish it, whereas in Elden Ring, you cannot bait a turn and burn and then in turn punish it because the recovery is too low. But that goes both ways, because the aggressor in Dark Souls 3, if they miss, they get punished. Whereas in Elden Ring, the aggressor, if they miss, they don't necessarily get punished. So that's not a good argument, because that goes both ways and ultimately comes down to having more options to aggress.
attacks have, it's a lot easier to not whiff them compared to standing attacks, which makes them safer Keep Out. But because they don't have the kind of stagger standing attacks have, they don't give much reward, and usually you just want to return to neutral after hitting one. Also, there's something very vital to the definition of these neutral options. After neutral is broken, there's a lot of stuff that can happen before the duel returns to neutral. A lot of those options could be described as Keep Out, Pressure, or Whiff Punishing. But when I say something like Keep Out is stronger in Elden Ring, I mean that compared to other options for breaking neutral, the risk-reward of Keep Out is better. So everything that can be included after neutral is broken, like say a roll catch chain, is included in the value.
By the way, I just want to put out that Keep Out is basically a term he invented for this situation. So, you know, like, he can basically come up with any definition he wants. So it can definitely lead to misconceptions, because like everyone knows what neutral and pressure and being the aggressor is, but everyone knows what turn and burn is, but Keep Out is basically something that he came up with, because I've never heard anyone say that. You know, like in the Souls vocabulary, basically.
Value of that play. Like, if we go back to what I said about whiff punishing in DS3, looking for a whiff punish is very rewarding, because by spacing yourself for your opponent's whiff, you can pressure them extremely strongly in post-neutral or advantage, which is very distinct from pressure in neutral where there is no advantage. Keep Out is very strong in Elden Ring because for the most part, that can't happen. Your opponent can't get extremely strong chains on you just because you whiffed once. It's strong simply off of the fact that what you can get for spacing for whiff punishes is so little. That's the exact opposite situation to DS3's.
The problem is that that completely goes both ways. Like, the thing with Dark Souls 3 is that it's easier in Dark Souls 3 to do a reactive turn and burn than it is to bait someone to it. Like, it's easier to attack second than it is to attack first. So the whole argument goes both ways. Like, you can't argue that because whiff punishing is easier in Dark Souls 3, then it's better, you know, then the Keep Out is like harder or worse or not. Like, it goes both ways. Like, all actions that you do, you'll have less recovery in Elden Ring. And so the first guy who attacks, if he lands the hit, or if he's in range or not, like, how should I put this that's different than I already did? If you attack first and you land the hit, good, you know, you did your thing. If you miss, and then the other guy tries to punish you, in Dark Souls 3 you get hit, in Elden Ring you don't, because your recovery is low. And then the same thing goes the other way, you know? Like, if you bait this guy to miss, in Dark Souls 3 you punish him, and in Elden Ring you don't. But it goes both ways in both situations. Review lacks one sentence. Elden Ring lacked a good prio system. Dark Souls 3 lacked a good animation for aggressivity. Elden Ring upgrade with better animation, but downgrade in prios. Yes and no, but you're right in the sense that, I mean, this video is not about like what Elden Ring has good and what Dark Souls 3 has good. I mean, it's just, you know, like conversation for fun, because at the end of the day, like, no one really cares about the differences between Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3, like, at this point. Like, both games are already out, and we're all looking forward to the next game, either way. But, you know, if we were to talk about what Elden Ring did right and what Elden Ring did wrong and what Dark Souls 3 did right and what Dark Souls 3 did wrong, I think the fact that in Dark Souls 3, once you get the first hit, then you can keep aggressing, that's definitely a good thing that Dark Souls 3 did, for sure. Obviously, the player limit is ultimately what kept Dark Souls 3 alive for so long, so it's important to mention that. And then Elden Ring had really cool, varied attacks, more varied gameplay, but losing priority and having lower player limit really hurt the game in general. And then you add on top of that all the little issues that Elden Ring had that Dark Souls 3 didn't, like input dropping is an issue that's unique to Elden Ring that Dark Souls 3 did not have. The physics system that really introduces a lot of RNG in fights. The red and blue tear stone that also introduces a lot of RNG in a very overpowered comeback mechanic. And so these things definitely hinder Elden Ring to be a better PvP game for both duels, invasions, and so on and so forth. So that's ultimately what it comes down to if we were to try to make that into a constructive discussion. But I want also, someone mentioned earlier, I think this one. This one is a toxic tendency that Souls players often have. I always think that's an interesting discussion. I don't really, even though I'm always involved in these discussions, I'm not necessarily trying to take part of it, but I felt like it was worth it to give my take on this because, again, I think what he says is off the mark here by a long shot.
Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a different video today, in the sense that it's going to be very opinionated. So let me know how you guys feel about it. I want to just quickly ramble about this silly thing people do in Souls PvP. It's obviously not unique to Souls, nor is it any amount new, but I just haven't seen anybody properly tackle it in this community. So that's why I wanted to talk about it today. It's this tendency I see where players of all kinds, even non-PvPers, make leaping conclusions about the personalities, characters, virtues, and vices of other players based on absolutely nothing but how they play the video game.
Okay, so there you go. So basically, the premise here is that people judge others by how they act in the video game.
And attacking these people or sharing their conclusions on them with others. And I don't mean just making unserious jokes or simply having the thought.
Although he has an important point here. Let's just rehear it.
And attacking these people or sharing their conclusions on them with others.
So there's also the point where, you attack people and you incite others to attack them when he says, sharing conclusion with others is basically like, oh, X player is this, and then you go on Discord or Reddit and say X player is this. So that's basically...
And I don't mean just making unserious jokes or simply having the thought either. But some people actually go as far as treating others as if they're a bad person, or telling others that they think said person is a bad person.
Okay, so basically, like, his point is, what you do in the video game does not define, who you are as a person, and it's not because you act a certain way in the video game that you are X and Y as a person. I actually disagree with that. I think everything you do in life, no matter if it's behind a screen or, in public or by yourself at home when no one sees you, is a part of who you are. Like, everything you do consciously is related to who you are and what kind of character you are. And so no matter what it is, I think the problem in the examples that he's going to be showing off is that very often you have these psychoanalysis that are a little bit baseless in the sense that they go in the wrong direction, like I like this example a lot. When someone is interested in horror, right? There are some people that are interested and intrigued and they like the horror team, and then some other people do not like horror team. Why is that? Some people are more sensitive or emotional. Other people are more curious, looking for, high octane sensation, But whether you like horror or not, it does show something about you. Whether it's that you're curious, whether it's that you're emotional, whether it's like it can be also, you know, can also be violent. You could be attracted to this sort of stuff because you have some anger. That's also a possibility. I think for most people that's not the case, but you know, like there's always this big straw man with video games, right? Where you know, like GTA is accused of being the reason for shootings, for mass shootings and that sort of stuff, right? Like obviously it's completely baseless, but it is true that there is some violence in that, and some kids will have a little bit of a tendency to be violent. Like this whole dialogue does not start from nothing though. There is a little bit of truth in that. Obviously the whole statement is false. Like that's not why, you know, like horrible things happen. Like, but for the most part, you have to understand that everything you do, whether it's behind the screen by yourself or with others, everything you do is part of your character and part of who you are. And so going back to the subject of souls and, you know, concrete examples of behavior in game, when you have a casual that is frustrated by a tryhard, you know, and they say that they must be a miserable person because they, you know, they kill unskilled PvEers, and it's basically like you know, like stomping, noob stomping, right? And they must be miserable if they like doing this sort of activity.
Really
Well,
based on nuts.
for the most part, the reason why they say that is they're frustrated that they're losing, so it's fine. They're frustrated that they're losing, and to a certain extent, what they're saying is you care more about winning and you care more about yourself than you care about the experience of everyone involved. And I don't like that you care more about yourself than that you care about the experience that everyone's that's involved here. So that's usually, you know, without necessarily thinking that, that's usually the internal thought process subconsciously that people have when they criticize meta. It's like, man, why are you using this overpowered weapon? Why don't you use something else so that we can all enjoy our time together, you know, fighting whatever? Now, obviously, there's always a little bit of coping mixed into that, but for the most part, that's what it comes down to. So when you hear someone complain like that, they're not saying nothing. They are saying something about their personality. They care more about the experience of everyone, whereas the person who picks the better weapon, the meta stuff, there are more competitive people. They're more competitive and they care about winning themselves. And so it does show a part of their character. It's not something that happens in void and that is dissociated to who they are as a person. Everything you do, whether it's in the video game or not, is a little bit part of you. Now, the frequency and the magnitude of your action also matters. So if we take another example, let's take ganking, right? Like we often say that gankers must be miserable. But, you know, if you take a tryhard, right? A tryhard that ganks one day because they feel bored or they want to troll an invader, that does not make miserable, you know, if they just on occasion go for a gank here and there. Or maybe they like to, you know, they like to tease a streamer, so they specifically target X or Y streamer because they just want to, you know, they like to poke the bear, basically. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're miserable. But if you take, you know, like, you guys know that with all the experience we've had, like, over the years, like, especially some of you in chat, you'll know that some people that gank, like, regularly on a daily basis, like, there's no doubt about it that these people are miserable. Because all day, every day, all they do is basically grief people, and they basically they only attract negativity in any way, shape, or form. Like all they do is basically try to go after people that are weaker than them, so to speak. That's the whole like concept of ganking, right? Even though the other player might be better than you, but when you're ganking, because you have the numbers, you're technically acting against people that are weaker than you. It's like, you know, it's not to an extreme extent, because the repercussion in the video game, like everyone is aware that what you're doing in the video game has no repercussion. So no one is holding back. Like that doesn't mean that these people would be bullies in real life necessarily. but that does show a trait of character that might or might not show in other aspects of their life, but it's still a trait of character that they have. Now, if we take like a real life example that is not comparable to this, but that is similar, you take a street fight. You take a bunch of people gang up on another person in a street fight, right? That's similar to the concept of invasions because, you know, you get the number advantage and you get the drop on someone. And I mean, you guys know that if 3 people attack one person, even if the guy is a trained fighter, unless there's a massive weight difference between the guys attacking and the person that's by themselves, like they don't really stand a chance for the most part. And so what happens there is, if this interaction happens for fun or for no reason, because it's one thing that, you know, let's say these 3 guys are hired, you know, to gang up on the one guy because he has a debt to pay, you know, like they're a debt collector, whatever. You know, that's a different story, but we're talking about, you know, these 3 guys are going out and they see a lone guy and they basically decide to bully him because they can. That's a different story. Like, if these 3 guys decide to bully him, what does it show about their character? What does this show about what kind of people they are? It's definitely not good qualities, for sure. It's not the same thing as you'd have in an invasion, but it's a microcosm of it. It's a microcosm of it where there's no real repercussion, but the idea itself is very similar. So I think that's where I disagree the most with this whole vid. It's that the actions you take in the video game, they're interpreted to the extreme, but it's not true that they are dissociated to the person itself that's doing it.
But what and how they play. And when someone pushes back, some actually double down. And just to clarify, I don't think that if someone does this or has done it before, does it automatically make them a bad person. I just think the tendency isn't very cool, and that if you do it, you really can't complain if the person you're talking bad about claps back.
That is completely true, though. The whole interaction in itself, you know, these negative interaction, whether it's you know, to go, like, there's some people, like, I'll speak from experience. Like, there's some people that will regularly watch my vids, for instance, and every single time they leave a comment that is basically negative and frustrated in one way, shape, or form. And sometimes they will ignore the vids that are positive and only target the vids that are negative. And what does this show about these people? Well, it's hard for me to say, like, what does it show about their character? But it certainly shows something about their character, because someone who feels well and good about themselves and does not have any underlying issue in any way, shape, or form will not feel the need to do that. I don't know if you guys are following me here. Now, whether this person, you know, has a daddy issue or some, you know, like whatever it is, like, you could say anything and you'd be completely far off, but it does show something about their character. Now, I think, to give credit to Amir here, I think what Amir is criticizing here is pretending like you know what's going on with them when, you know, they are, you know, like, let's take the example of the negative person in the comment. You know, like, if I said, oh, this person is definitely mentally ill, there's no doubt about that. I don't think I have enough ammunition to make that judgment call, but there is certainly some aspects that would indicate something negative going on, you know, with the way they are behaving. It's not something to be ignored as in this is dissociated from reality and the person that they are is not represented by their action online. That's not how it works.
Let me give you some examples. Since like half my audience...
And again, another example, facing the same gankers griefing people for years and years on end. Like, you just know these people are not well because their frequency is just too high. Like, spending that much time on your, like, in your life doing something so, you know, unfulfilling and negative, that does show something very sad about your character, right? So again, the frequency and the magnitude of what you do matters. Again, magnitude being low because we're talking about a video game that has no consequences. But if you spend so much time in your life doing that, it doesn't account for nothing. That does show a little bit of who you are, and sometimes not for the better.
This is probably PvPers. You're probably familiar with comments from PvEers saying shit like, invaders are just lowlives who grief PvEers because they can't win anywhere else in life. And obviously, you can imagine where they're coming from because they...
Again, that, you know, that's, there's also a little bit of like, no one likes losing, so let's put that out there. No one likes losing, so it's also normal to have an emotional response when you lose and be frustrated, and then, you know, afterward you project something that's not necessarily true, but that, you know, is just an extension of your frustration. And I say that, you know, we all do that all the time. You know, like, you'll die to someone in an invasion and you'll curse them or talk trash to them afterward. It's just the emotions, you know, in the heat of the moment. That's one thing. But ultimately, again, what this comes down to, when you have like unexperienced players fighting experienced players in these sort of settings, is basically the inexperienced player is basically asking, why don't you prioritize everyone having fun over just yourself having fun? That's basically their criticism when it comes down to it.
They can't win anywhere else in life. And obviously, you can imagine where they're coming from because, like, for example, some invaders will send hate mail despite the fact that you might have not even expected that you'd have to do.
And yeah, hate mail, obviously, like, you know, I don't think anyone is going to argue that sending hate mail is definitely also like an extension of who you are. Like, what you say to other people, whether it's in real life, whether it's in voice messages, or whether it's in written messages. Written messages like that online are more detached, so you have less of a mental barrier to limit yourself, or to... You're basically, you remove that barrier and that mask, and you let go a little bit more of what you really think. And so sometimes when you get these interaction in video games, you get to know a person more than you would know them in real life, because they don't have that barrier. And that barrier meaning they don't have to face any consequences for what they're saying. And so very often you're going to have people, you know, saying things that they would not dare say in real life in front of this other person. And so, again, hate mail is a very strong show of character one way or another. But again, you have to take that with a grain of salt, because more often than not, it can also be just an emotional reaction due to normal frustration that we all have, right?
PvP in the first place, until you were invaded by them. And it is a fact that the balance of invasion entirely relies on the fact that the invader is usually going to be fighting people who aren't adept in PvP. In other words, the only reason an invader can win an invasion is because the game feeds them noobs. But when this kind of statement is directed at a player who didn't send you hate mail, and in fact was someone...
Dude, that whole sequence, like, the blender was nasty. Look at that. It's just look, take a look at this.
When this kind of statement is directed at a
One, two,
player
he got
who
comboed for all his health. Just in one little sequence where he was stuck in the corner. Elden Ring moment.
send you hate mail, and in fact was someone who did nothing but try to kill you in the video game, something the developers purposely allowed and encouraged them to do, it's pretty uncalled for. And again, you can't really complain about any unkind words you receive back for it.
I don't think that's fair to say that, you know, like, you can talk shit to someone and not want to get talk shit back. It's fine to say you should expect it, but for the most part, I think we all want to, at the end of the day, want to avoid all of that stuff altogether, right? Like, even if you talk shit back, that doesn't mean, you know, even if you get talk shit by someone else, you should make the effort to not talk shit back, basically.
Even if they do something like twinking or glitching.
But again, you know, emotions are a thing. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, these interactions happen.
A statement like that is still pathologizing their in-game behavior for literally no reason. Like, doesn't it make a lot more sense that they might just be doing that for the shits and giggles? Like, I'm sure there's somebody out there who matches that description, but...
there's a lot of people who do that. Like they'll try to troll and they'll think it's funny, and you know, that doesn't mean they're a bad person, but that shows something about their character, you know. Now, whether they do that all the time, whether they spend their day doing it, or if they like to do that on occasion, that also changes how you know, what kind of person they are. Because if they spend like all day doing that, that means something different that than if they just like to, you know, to fuck with people with their friend here and there, you know, just to have some laugh, you know what I mean? So again, there's a lot of nuances in this, but I think at the end of the day, the premise is no matter what you do, no matter where you are, no matter on what kind of platform you are, no matter if you're in real life, by yourself, online, you name it, everything you do is a reflection of who you are in one way, shape, or form. It's just that people like to extrapolate perhaps a little too much sometimes, and I think also people get confused when, you know, you see a real situation where, you know, like there are some gankers that spend years, you know, griefing and baiting in like anything that's negative and bullying people online. When you're talking about people like that, I think it's fair to conclude that these people are not mentally well. You can't also ignore like when you have like big evidence like that. And then on the other hand, you know, like people that you see once or twice or here and there, I think it's unfair to, you know, to put them in the same basket basically.
As far as you know, this person is just testing the limits of the video game. You can call it cringe or uncool. I certainly think twinking and usage of many glitches are, but do we really need to go for people's throats over it? If you're not convinced, let me give you another example. It's pretty common for both casual PvPers and meta PvPers to have very strong opinions about what is okay to play in PvP. It's not even about glitches or twinking usually. It's literally just how or what they play. Casual.
Also, a little parenthesis about that. I also think that good players have, or sometimes more critical, like I think good players will get probably more frustrated if they're fighting another good player, let's say that's using BHS Clean Rot or Dueling Shield or, you know, Blind Spot. Because you understand, or you know that the other player understands that what they're doing is broken and it defies the balance of the game and the fundamental principles of the game. And so you're trying to have a fair fight, especially in a duel setting. You're trying to have a fair fight with your opponent, and you want your opponent to also, you know, give you the fair fight. You want it to be you want it to be an equal playing field, so to speak. And you feel cheated when someone uses an overpowered weapon. It's, you know, it's a normal thing. It's completely normal. But on the other hand, you know, there's people that are just, you know, complaining about X or Y weapon simply because they don't like it. They don't like losing to it. And there's always like a form of coping that's associated with that. But for the most part, all of these things are a little more nuanced.
PvPers will usually complain about meta builds because they're so optimal that the cool hybrid mage assassin build you made really has no chance against it. On the other hand, meta players usually complain about mages, light roll, and jump setups, largely because they make the game play very differently than the meta they're used to and comfortable with. Having opinions.
It's not about the meta that you're used to or comfortable with. It's about understanding how the game works, and Amir knows that. Amir knows that light roll defies the purpose of timing your roll. And so it's completely normal for someone who's experienced about the game to be frustrated by something that foregoes the game mechanic. Now, you know, going back to complaining about the game is actually a very positive thing if you can get the developers to fix the game. But once there's no more patches like right now, all the complaints are basically pointless. It's all pointless if the game is not in a patch state anymore. So, but, you know, before the game gets patched, it's very important that you voice your concerns about the problem that the game has if you care about the game and you want it to get fixed. And like, you know, Peeve had an issue with that statement a little while ago. You know, that there's this train of thought that you should not point out the issues and you should just basically like get them under the rug and just send tickets under the rug to FromSoft and hope that they fix it. But that's not how life works. With anything, the more noise you make, the more you're gonna see. Like, well, squeaky wheels gets the grease, and that's how it works in basically anything. And so if people don't complain about the issues that the game has while it's still being patched, if people don't complain, there's not going to be fixes. And we also have a perfect example of that with when Dark Souls 3 had the RCE exploit, RCE being the remote code execution. Dark Souls 3, at some point, it was revealed that it had a fatal flaw where someone could hack into your computer simply by being in the same world as the other person. And so the backstory was, one day, one stream, we were watching Grim play on PC, and Grim got invaded by a random person, and that random person started executing scripts on Grim's PC, using the command from his Windows PC. Basically, this is like the hardest form of hacking that you can have, because you basically have total control over the other person's computer. And then, he was not trying to be malicious when he did that to Green. He was trying to prove a point publicly that there was a significant vulnerability in Dark Souls 3 and that could be exploited. So, this person made Grim's PC like speak some message to his stream, basically without Grim's consent, or without knowing like what to do. So Grim had basically had to shut down his entire PC because he was freaking out. But at the end of the day, what happened behind the curtain for that whole situation to unfold is that this RCE exploit was actually found 6 months prior to this event happening. And the person who found the exploit sent From Software private tickets, or Bandai Namco, I should say. They sent Bandai Namco tickets for 6 months straight. And FromSoft never did anything. And when FromSoft did something? FromSoft did something after the Grim incident, because the Grim incident had a lot of press, and it started getting articles because it was pretty bad. And even IGN made a vid about it. IGN talking about how Dark Souls 3 had an RCE exploit that was a significant vulnerability. And, guess when FromSoft decided to move? Well, when IGN and all these outlets made noise about it, that's when From Software decided to fix the issue. And so the moral of the story is, you're not going to get anywhere by just sending tickets to Bandai Namco or FromSoft. Like, they might listen to some of it to some extent, but for the most part, squeaky wheel gets the grease, and it's like that everywhere in life. That's why you have like people in the streets, right? Like, if nothing happened, if you don't go out in the streets, if there's not like any civil war historically, there's no revolution. That's it's a very extreme example, but at the end of the day, this concept applies to literally everything in your life. The human is designed. The human baby is designed to have its crying sound is designed biologically to be annoying to listen to, so that the parent has to pay attention to the baby. So even on a fundamental biological level, we are made to pay attention to the complaints. And so, going back to video games, guys, you should always complain about things that you want change about the game, as long as there's support. It's worth it, because changes do come. However, now it's pointless because patching has stopped. So here we go.
On this is completely fine, of course, but some take it a step further and conclude that, say, mages are probably weird, freaky people IRL.
That's so true.
Or, similar to the PvEer comment about invaders, that meta PvPers are toxic losers.
Okay, hear me out for a second. Actually, I won't say it, but from my experience, mages are special, okay? Everyone that I came across throughout my time playing, let's say there's 50% of them that were special, the mage players. I'll just say that.
In the worst cases, people will actually treat others like they are those kinds of people without seeing them first demonstrate these tendencies in actual speech or messages first. You might say, but Amy, I've seen it time and time again though. Any guy I fight with a stupid line helmet does act toxic whenever I end up actually speaking with them. But
what he says about people wearing the lion helmet, I think if you're wearing that helmet, the chances are very high that you are basically optimizing your character because it's a very optimal helmet. And if you are optimizing your character, chances are that you care about winning at the game, and so you are a competitive person. And it does show that, you know, when you see someone wearing that, it does show a little bit about, you know, who they are. Like they are someone that are a little bit more competitive than the Kevin that you'll see. I think it's fair to come to those conclusions when you see that sort of stuff in game. It does not necessarily mean that they're a bad or a good person, but it does show something about their character. Whether it's the little things do show a little something.
Do you really believe that? Even if you were right 4 out of the 5 times, do you really want to look like an asshole just because you wrongly assumed that the 5th person was going to be toxic? And obviously, if you treat someone like they're an asshole, they're going to be offended and act hostile back. So you might just be self-fulfilling your own prophecy there. Of course, if I didn't make it already abundantly clear, if they made it personal first, then my complaint here doesn't apply. Let me give a counterexample though. Myself. Although, this doesn't really work if you already think I'm an asshole, so I'm just assuming you don't. Back when Elden Ring's DLC had just been released and I found out about Swift Slash, which, FYI, was clearly the strongest PvP thing in a Souls game ever at that point, I queued Arena and just abused it. Obviously, I had the excuse of doing it for research, and so I could document it, but really, if I'm being honest, I just wanted to power trip.
That's very interesting that he says that, because I know for myself that when Swift Slash came out, for instance, I never played with it because I don't have this within me. I don't want this power trip. It's not something I have in me. So that the fact that I never played with it does show a little something about my character, and the fact that he did it or that other people did it, it does also show a little something about their character. Nothing happens in a void here, and you know. It's not like Amir spends all his days doing that. Like, he only did this once when this thing came out. So that doesn't mean that he's a power tripping person. That's not what it means. But it does show a little something about the character still.
I thought it was just hilarious how broken it was, and I wanted to take advantage of it for the little time it would be like this. And I really...
Amir is evil, clearly. It's mostly just laughing at how dumb it was. Well, we're saying that because he's saying in his vid that it's a little bit of a power trip. I would not have come to that conclusion, because the way I see it is you can't really know something is broken until you actually try it for yourself. So if he didn't specify that, I would have guessed that he was doing it completely for testing purposes. And in the first place, that was probably his reason. Like, he didn't like pull that off to be on a power trip. He probably like tried it to see how bad it was, and then he realized it was really fucking bad. And you know, like, a little mischievous Amir decided to keep doing it a little longer, maybe. I think that's what I'm understanding from this. But you know, like I don't want you guys to think that Amir is a power trip because he says that. That's not it. But it does not happen in a void. It shows a little something about the character still.
don't have any...
And, you know, I'm thinking that, but everything we do, guys, no matter what it is, everything we say, everything we do, it all shows a little something about our character. It's who we are. We are defined by what we do.
Regret. It definitely wasn't fun for my opponents, but making sure your opponent has a good time isn't really your responsibility. It's obviously reasonable for them to feel upset about it, but further, would it really be reasonable for them to DM me and call me a low-life toxic loser for taking advantage of something momentarily broken in a video game?
I don't think that would be fair to call him that, because the frequency of him doing it, like if he was doing that every single day for years on end, it would be completely different and completely fair to say that the guy is power tripping. That's not the case at all here. So the issue here is coming to the over-exaggerated conclusions. I think that's the issue in this situation.
Putting anyone else in my shoes, I certainly wouldn't say so. I could imagine finding it a bit cringe and inconsiderate, but I can't imagine continuously holding it against someone. It's almost certainly just me, but like anything short of using cheats to mass grieve people's saves or something just doesn't make me feel appropriate in chewing out someone verbally. At the same time, I wouldn't blame someone for doing that towards someone who was, say, just blatantly cheating in a more standard way. Like, it's definitely wrong to cheat in multiplayer games, but there's levels to it, and if I wanted to share my judgments of said player, I'd rather just state the thing they're doing and what I think about it, rather than adding some conclusions about their character that I have no information to actually back up.
Also, I think this is important to mention, like, coming to conclusion about people's character, you know, like, if I was disingenuous, I could say that, you know, if you kill people with a trusting sword, that means you are a bad person. That could be my conclusion. Obviously, it doesn't make sense and it's not true. So more often than not, people are going to draw these completely baseless conclusions. But if you draw the conclusion that the person wants to win and is competitive in some capacity, then there's logic behind that conclusion that you're drawing. And so the problem here is we're mixing up people that are making completely baseless statements versus things that are logical. And it's very important to make the difference between the two, because anyone can say whatever they want and be it completely baseless and then put that as an argument out there that, you know, if I say you're a bad person because you're using TS, then you're going to say, well, you know, that proves that what you do in game is not a reflection of who you are, because I am not a bad person and I'm using TS. You see what I mean? You can't really construct that statement like that, because it has to start from something that is reasonable and makes sense. You can't say you use TS, therefore you are a bad person. But you can say you use TS, it's perhaps because, you know, you always use TS because you want to win, you're competitively minded, and that shows this trait about you that you're a person that cares about winning. And in the context of this game, you care more about your experience than the experience of others around you. And so if you were to extrapolate conclusions, it has to at least be reasonable.
Up with. Now, maybe you think multiplayer cheating is just bad enough to where it's okay to just share your unfiltered negative predictions about this person. Okay, somewhat understandable, but does it really make sense to feel just as strongly about people using certain content you don't like? Especially when it's so subjective. Like, using certain...
You know, we take the cheater here.
Does it really...
What does this show about this person, someone that feels the need to cheat like that? Sometimes it can, you know, it can tell you something about the person's character. It can actually mean that their brain is not fully developed. And it sounds funny when I say it like that, but very often the people that act this way don't have a fully developed brain because they are children. And so you have to think about this. What does it show about the person's character? Very often you're talking about children here. Their brain is not fully developed, and you're going to have childlike behavior. That's a very real thing. I know it sounds funny, but that's a very real thing. Now, it's not the case every time, but it's part of it. It's a reasonable thing that you see.
Makes sense to feel just as strongly about people using certain content you don't like, especially when it's so...
And by the way, the child probably thinks this is super funny, and, you know, in a void, like, it kind of is, you know what I mean? But if the person ends up doing that, like, constantly over and over again, there's no way that it's going to be funny for years on end, you know, cheating people like that. I don't think so, at least.
Objective. Like, I'm sure there exist some meta PvPers who think using light roll is bad enough that you should lose your online privileges. But there also probably exists some casual...
Like, I think this is too extreme. Like, this is, like, again, an unreasonable thing to say. I don't think anyone in good faith would say that because you use light roll that you should lose your online privilege. That is specifically, like, a bad faith argument, so to speak. Because I don't think anyone would really ever say that. I think if you were to be reasonable, you would blame From Software, not the person playing with light roll, because people ultimately will use what's in the game.
Peers that use light roll that think using meta stuff should bear similar consequences. Both their frustrations clearly come from somewhere, but clearly both are taking things way too seriously. I'm not saying these two things are equally bad or good in their effect on the game, just that in either case, it is pretty ridiculous to treat people differently over it. Another thing that frustrates me is how...
I don't think it's, I think you are bound to treat everyone differently. I think someone that acts friendly towards you deserves you to act friendly toward them. Someone who acts I don't know how to pronounce it. Someone who acts neutral toward you, you know, deserves a similar response. And then it's up to you if someone acts negative toward you, how you handle it. Whether you want to perpetuate that negativity and, you know, take revenge back, or that you want to take the high road and, you know, have a different approach. But I think you should have a different approach toward everyone that you come across. It wouldn't be fair if no matter what people did, that you always had the same reaction no matter what, then you'd be basically a robot, right?
Strongly people feel when they're clearly doing the thing they're complaining about. Like invaders will complain about how gankers, or even just PvEer groups, will just passively sit near the Grace while avoiding all PvE to deny any chance of killing them. But almost certainly, those same invaders have been guilty of doing basically the same thing. You know, running away after any bit of HP loss and healing behind PvE with warming stones. And obviously gankers or PvEers will complain about that, while they certainly have been guilty of sticking to each other like penguins. Obviously, these tactics, if you want to call them that, are just natural to do because
I prefer saying sticking to each other like fly on shit, but I also like sticking to each other like penguins. I like both,
well,
but
it's
I prefer fly on shit most.
how you win. Either side basically has the opportunity to take the game hostage indefinitely by just refusing to engage, because the developers failed to implement any systems to stop that. So yeah, it's uncool, but who is the onus on to engage? 50% the invader, 50% the gankers? You can't quantify it. It's just
I think we went over the topic though. Like, I think this vid is good in a sense that it's a very interesting discussion, and I'm not even sure we would actually disagree if we were to speak with each other about it. I think there's a lot of points we would agree on, but maybe he does believe that what you do in game is completely dissociated from the person you are. Maybe he does believe that. I don't know, and to be honest, I don't really care either. But I wanted to put that out there that I think you have to be careful with what you do in game. Like, there's someone else at the other end of the screen, and what you do does not happen in a void. Everything you do is going to have consequences on the other person, whether it's nothing, whether it's something very small. But sometimes, you know, if you send a lot of hate mail to someone, or if you're very negative constantly to someone, it does have a negative consequences. So everything you do in game does not happen in a void, and you still need to be mindful about the other people that you play with. And it does show something about your character if you're always behaving like a dick in video games because you're hiding behind the screen. Ultimately, that definitely does show a part of who you are, and so you're not immune to that. But yeah, I think we went over the subject. We pretty much touched on everything, so we can keep invading. I'm gonna go grab some water though, because I talked a lot. So I'll be right back, guys. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. It's just a game argument imploding in real time? Maybe, I don't know. Alright, let's go back to it though. Many people? Oh boy, it's a full squad in there. A full squad, but we only see 2 of them. Okay, well. Okay, well, we have a little army here. We're definitely gonna use them. At least that's somewhat of a safe place to back up to. Because these mobs should be strong enough to at least hold the line. Just gotta make sure we don't get ambushed by the blue. Oh my god. Timing was so bad. Oh, elevation. Bro, no hit? Come on. Unfortunate we had him. Insane pot. It'd be so much easier to kill him if his friend was not, they were not hugging each other. Also, is the blue still here? Yeah, he is. Wonder if I could get some Estus from the blue. Oh, we don't know where he is. Well, he just sent him back. Well, get another one, I guess. I think we're gonna wait. I think we're gonna wait because this is going to be a battle of attrition, I think. My little minions. They go up, I'll follow them. They're not. They're aborting the project. Almost feels like they're following me. At least we still have our physic. I'm waiting for the opportune time to use it. Hopefully I don't go down without using it. Oh, he's lagging. Holy shit, lag. Oh my god. Yeah, bro is lagging his life away. This guy knows to keep his HP high, too. I'll do the same. We'll back up for every little thing. I'll play smart. We made him ill once. And we play smart, we back up, we reset. I see a blue here. Maybe we can get some Estus out of him. If you don't want to fight, at least give the Estus. The host is by himself, though. He wants to resummon his buddy. Because we made him ill. Yo, the prompt almost made me fuck up here. Didn't expect them to miss like that. That was a free stab. Oh, it's the Torn Gauntlets that make me bounce like that. Well, they got their friend. We can't really stop them. We missed our chance. I should have swapped weapon to just delete him instead of staying with this this setup. We just swapped to something to kill him quickly. We could have gotten this. The Torn Glove also, interestingly enough, made it so that it stunned me on the block. Actually interesting. I'm gonna keep that in mind when I fight shields. Like, Thorn actually makes it very annoying for the shield user. At least we have some PvE, so even though it's 3v1, we have some PvE to rely on. They're kind of scummy too, like he even resummoned his buddy to give him back his full HP. It's, they're killing PvE safely at range. This is gonna be tough, honestly. Like, they're playing as scummy as they can play. We almost had him to drop. Could have been an opportunity to kill him. They kill all the PvE pretty much. If he's by himself right now, time to push before he backs up. my god, dude. He got saved. Got saved by the stupid Elden Ring backstabs. So unfortunate. Like, I deserved that kill, like, so badly. Right now, I'm not playing with my food. I'm playing very smart. I'm I'm not spending, like, I'm not wasting my precious eels. Actually dodged that. Didn't come out fast enough. Too close to each other. You have to understand that it doesn't matter what I use when they're that close like that. You can't just materialize a kill because you're using the best stuff. Like, even if I have TS here, it doesn't actually matter which weapon I have. Like, there's no easy kill here. That's good though. We have this sort of PvE here. You don't want these guys. And not aim, like, toward them directly. Guy pulled out Pada after almost being killed. They're actually right next to each other. Can't really do anything here. Stuck on rocks and shit. The fuck did I get? I can't commit to killing him, unfortunately. He's just too close to his teammates. Even if they're bad, like it's always a challenge when they stick to each other. Bro is even killing the fucking goats, dude. What the fuck? It's well, shit players, but unfortunately can't really do much there. You can't really do anything against 3 people on you like that. Also the fact that even if I was winning the attrition battle, he sent his phantom home and resummoned them. To basically like refill him to full. It's pretty scummy, but you know, it is what it is. That's what you have to do when you're bad. Seems like I'm immune to the dragon attack. Oh. Resummoning should be limited to new players, not one that died already. That doesn't actually matter because people just play on alts. Check out the new Lords of the Fallen 2 gameplay. It looks amazing. All right, thanks for that. I'll check it out afterward. How many people? 2 people. Wow, a DC. Okay. Oh, music? I forgot about that. When we reacted to the vid, I turned the music off. Let me just bring it back. That's my fault. There you go. Just ask you one thing, never stop. Your vid has been part of my lunchtime for 3 years now. Can't imagine without me daily. Well, I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot, dude. That's very nice of you. How much channel points so that you play the in-game invasion music the entire stream? Dude, I should make that a 1,000,000 point reward, dude. By the time people get the 1,000,000 points, like Elden Ring will be no more. Like it's gonna be a different game. You're halfway there? Well, hopefully Elden Ring doesn't last another 4 years and we should be good. You guys have crazy amount of points. Make it 1 trillion. Ah, that's funny. I love how the PvE just killed the guy down there. It's kind of funny. He jumped onto the bug. Oh, also, Steel, thanks for the raid. I missed it. Thanks a lot, dude. I kind of saw it, but I was like thinking, I was like focused on something else, so I forgot to thank you. When will YouTube catch up? What do you mean? Okay, let's switch area. Oh dear. With all the stream features? Man, dude, I don't use any stream features like that's... Maybe I should, but I don't really care too much about that sort of stuff. Is there a reason to use points besides fun? Well, some streamers have like creative ways to use their points that, you know, are meaningful enough so that it's entertaining. Like, I didn't want to bother with them, so mine are completely useless. I'm gonna get fog walled. I don't want to get blendered. I'll probably die if all three hit me. Sure that would reach. Try to finish one. Ow. Still caught. I like dodged it and then like I think I got hit by some sort of splash damage. I think I should have like sword dance on my axe so that when I'm faced with like stuff that's not very parryable, I can at least sword dance. Have more range, you know. I hit the guy behind, that's kind of funny. Jesus Christ. I'll be dead. Yeah. Oh, I almost made it! Jesus Christ, dude. I was almost out of this. But at the end, it frame trapped. Yeah, the axe is really not suited, or this, not the axe, but this setup is really not suited for these types of invasions. Like, for an invasion like that, like, what you want is fucking... like, Gugs, Frost Gugs, just hit the pile. Like, just rush them down, use the hyper armor, kill one quickly. No elevator? Well, apparently not. Wave of Darkness would work. I can't swap on this setup. I have no swaps available. I could put BHS on the axe so that I can switch my shield or two-handed though. I think that could be a good idea. I think we're gonna do that. As for invasion, you definitely want that BHS escape, that's for sure. What's crazy is we almost had the kill with the guy with the lion head. So close, too. There should be 2 of them. Actually ate my input. Oh my god, the lag. Am I gonna get hit? Oh yeah, I forgot. No swaps for this setup. I always have this reflex of swapping, but as you can see, normally like 1 tick up or like 1 tick down, I have my dagger, but here I have nothing, so I have to soft swap. Let's put BHS on that axe just as a safety precaution. Spider PL would be proud, yeah. Jackie Chan wins against Bruce Lee, dude. Jackie Chan is a fucking legend. Like, I'll never diss Jackie Chan. The guy's the real deal. He's fucking greatest stuntman ever, man. Yo, what's up, baby turtle? How you doing? Dude, not so long ago, I actually watched a documentary on some of the stunts that Jackie Chan did. Dude, the stunts he did were so fucking dangerous, man. Like, the dude, like, broke so many bones of his body. Like, the guy's the real deal. His acting skills aren't good? Well, no one cares about that. I think he's a pretty decent actor. I would actually need Pada and ironically to catch them. Alright, let's Pada him, like... where is my Pada though? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He actually decided to attack. Well, no need for Pada, I guess. I mean, these guys were professionals, dude. Naked, Starfist R2s. They meant business. When he slid down that building, dude, that thing was crazy. It was a crazy stunt. They are potential speedrunners? Yeah, co-op speedrunners. So basically Nightreign players. They were pros, but you slayed them easily. Good job. Thank you. That's funny. There's 3 of them here, but we have the PvE. Oh, never mind. There's 2 of them. PvE is nasty. Oh. I guess that's it. These guys were pro'd, but I slayed them. I did a good job. Oh, wow. I usually don't fight here, but... Oh, no need to. Oh, never mind, that's not the host. I forgot with this one. You go down here. Do right. Come on. No! God damn it. We missed our chance, guys. Oh, I don't want that mage attack. To be careful about that. Little Skippy. Wow, we Goomba stomped him. I gave up. Really? So funny when falling off like through combos like that. So unlucky for the other guy, but pretty unique interaction. Guy's by himself. The double spears. I mean, he has the tongue. Alright. He doesn't seem to want to fight. You dropping runes for PvEers? Dude, I've been doing that for years. Just that Reddit doesn't want to say it. Like, Redditors ignore the truth. But I've been actually doing that since the very beginning. It's just rare because you rarely see people that don't aggro and that are there and that are trying to communicate something to you. Usually those people, I just give them rooms and I back off, but it's just that you rarely see that. If they try to play, like, I'll play, you know? They engage, I'll engage. But if they make it clear that, you know, they don't want it, they submit, I'll take it. It's very easy, just submit. This guy's by himself too, but this guy wants to play, you know? You can see it with his physic. That the katana that goes through shield? Never mind. Doing that. Unfortunate for him, he got cornered. Stealing from trading PvEers is also an option. Yeah, you have to go for it. If you see people trading, you have to take their stuff. You have to. Guys, I have a story for you. Did I ever tell you about my Rainbow Six buddy who actually played Dark Souls 3 with me? And we actually, I wanted to introduce him to the game. So we ganked in the forest in Dark Souls 3. And he loved it. He loved the ganking. And, like, we were, obviously, we were just killing everyone. And he was like, holy shit, dude, we're very good at this. And he didn't know. And so, very often when you see people ganking, sometimes they don't even know, like, that what they're doing is kami or not. Like, a lot of them don't know. Like, he genuinely thought, like, we were really good at the game when we were ganking all these dudes in the forest. Because, from his perspective, there was only 2 of us. And they kept respawning over and over. So from him, it was like, holy shit, like, we're killing people like 20-0 and shit, you know? But basically what was going on is, even when there was 2 invaders in the world, we would double team people like quickly and then move to the next one. So there was never really a time where we had to deal with like multiple people and be outnumbered, you know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with Kill the Phantom. I agree with him. Oh, okay, that's... By the way, this attack does a lot of stun damage. Same fight. By the way, guys, if we have enough people for twos later on, I don't know if Baby Turtle's at work, but if we have enough people for twos later on, I would be down. Yesterday, I edited every bit of footage that I had, and I'm out of 2v2 content as well. We got Plentiful, we got Marvin, and maybe Sadako. Maybe Margin as well. Baby Turtle. Okay, we're gonna have enough people. Not right now, but... Summoning a Phantom. Alright. Just wait for a 2 then. Did he summon a Rendo? I think he did. Oh boy, here we go, guys. Alright. A little bit of damage there. I feel for Margin, like you really summoned someone bad. He just cornered himself. Oh wow. Alright, I'm not gonna gank him, like, he's just fucking summoning randos. See, like, this guy wants to gank him. Maybe that's scummy of me to do that, but... I kind of feel bad for... Oh shit. Connection though. He wants to back up, I'll let him. I killed the blue instead. Maybe we've become too nice with each other because the game is so like unbalanced, like gankers and invaders, like the fights became too honest as a result of it. Can't find the blue though. Well, I guess we're gonna be fighting. Oh, he used this physic. That's right. Oh wow, that late hit. Unfortunate because Margin was trying to set up like a little 2v2, but he didn't have anyone. He just summoned some rando. That guy he summoned had no help. This is annoying. No, we don't have the dagger. Oh my god, this game. Gotta be careful to always have the dagger here. kind of liking this setup though, honestly. I know it's simple, but I could add like a like maybe a running attack swap. Be pretty cool. I don't think it's that bad for invasions either, just because even though you're not doing much damage with your weapon, when you do get the parry, it's the one shot. And it's not that hard to set up with this. You just, you just attack once and then he'll attack out of its stun and that gives you the parry. It says there's 3 people. Be careful here. Could be another person in there. I can definitely parry that. Just have to be careful to not get flamed. That. Oh! The guy with the fire sword is dangerous. Alright. And the blue is lagging. Oh my god, the blue is like garbage ass net from hell. Like unplayable shit net. Oh, that early hit. Insane. Let's try to kill this guy. Ah. Too early. With the laggy blue, there's not much we can do. Actually, both of them are laggy. Voice connection is so dog water. Unplayable. I don't even know how we killed that blue, honestly. I think for this one, we're not gonna have a choice. We're gonna need the I reached. It's a terrible fucking map as well. Like, it doesn't get worse than that. Yeah, we can go here at least. How far does this go? You know what? Let's keep the elevator down. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my god. I cannot believe this shit. This is crazy. Dude, this was going to be so impossible due to the sheer, like, shit connection of the blue, but... Like, the host literally gifted us the win. By accident, nonetheless, but still. Yo, Matador, thanks for the bits, man. That was a shocker. I didn't even need to use Radon. And he also did it with the fucking slam, dude. Like the worst Ash you can have. He managed to use the worst Ash and just make it fail miserably. I guess sometimes all you have to do is stay alive and don't give up. That's the moral of the story. Let's change spot. There you go. Okay. I don't hate this map. Kinda like it. Yeah, you then. Cool. That's why you don't parry. Like, it was a prime fucking timing to parry, but... Oh my god, I still don't have my dagger. Alright, let's do that again. Second time I do that. Alright, Kevin, what are you gonna do? Yeah, let's just not swap and just kill him. Well, mentally challenging gameplay. Oh boy. Definitely, those types of invasion definitely don't feel too good. You know, like, numbers advantage is a thing until a certain point. And that certain point is, you know, like, when they're so clueless that you don't even know which button to press. Like, at some point, they really need help. They need that third guy. But, you know, we take the invasions that the game gives us, if it's not in the worst spot possible. There they are. Stop it. This is painful, guys. I'm gonna be honest, like, this is not rewarding. We need an interesting invasion for the next one. One that has us at least have to work for our victory. Ready for a 3v1? Yeah. Problem is, there's a fine line between the unwinnable ones and the one where if you play well enough, you have a chance. The spectrum of invasions is the widest it ever has. Or it ever was. Yes, absolutely. You get invasions that are, you know, like you invade people that just don't know what is going on with their game. And then you get 3 people that have been waiting their entire life for that moment. Here. Oh boy, the timing was real. There you go, dueling shield should be challenging enough. Didn't hear that. Need to kill the caster. It's just gank stabs. What? Okay. And they got a blue. Done. Well, I got what I wanted. You not parry that? Or was I too late? So how many lightning? The guy is fucking... It's Thor, dude. He never runs out of lightning. That's it for you. Well, I got what I wanted. Technically, this is like a very challenging like setup to have to fight a dueling shield and an infinite projectile spammer. It's like you have the dueling shield that just infinitely pressures you, and you have to deal with an unending amount of projectiles at the same time. And if you go toward the guy that just shoots projectile, well, we saw what happened. You get backstabbed by the shield guy. What? The fuck? Bro. Good R2 there. Kind of anticlimactic when it ends like that. Oh, it's really not that active though today. Hey boy. It's an Elden Ring spawn. Yeah. Come on, Elden Ring. They really do be giving you spawn where there's no possibility of reaching the host. What's the lore behind this emote? There's no lore behind this one. A lot of my emotes look AI, but they were made before AI was a thing. It's just Photoshop slop. Well, we're about to lose the Elden Ring roulette here. Well, does the game even calculate where to spawn? Well, it definitely looks like it looks at the distance, but horizontally, not vertically. And, yeah, there you go. You can't actually play this invasion. Like, areas that have multiple floors are basically fucked. The horrible baby bear? Dude. These are great. They look AI, but I'm proud of them. They're not. The other one's even worse. Where's that other one? Oh, there's two others. There you go. If you click on them, you can really appreciate. Like, just to give some context, like the way you make stuff, or the way you used to make stuff like that, like now you just prompt it into AI, you could probably get something similar, but the way you used to do that is well, in my case, I took some stock photos of a llama, and so the fur that you see, the color, the ears, it's basically like a photo bashing of a llama, and then with a baby face on top of it. Although, like, to be fair, I manipulated both images a lot for it to look like it does, but it's basically some photo bashing. Like, for those of you who use Photoshop, I use the liquefy tool a lot to make stuff like that. You just liquefy the faces to make expressions. And since, you know, these are emotes, it doesn't need to look like that great, right? Because you see them very small, so you can make stuff like that very quickly. But I thought these were funny. So good. People think it's AI. I don't think it's good or anything. It's just that everything is made with AI nowadays, so I thought people might be interested in the actual process. But like nowadays, everything's made with AI. It's not worth making any? Well, certainly if I were to use AI, I'd probably like paint on top or like modify them. Because, you know, I can edit like images fairly comfortably, so I could like generate something AI and just tweak it to my liking, or change a few things if I need to. But I don't really need to make any emotes right now. Like, if I make any more emotes, it's going to be for whatever next game. Like, whenever there's a good game that we get that I feel very passionate about, then I'll start to make new emotes for that new game. You know, like let's say Bloodborne 2 comes along and we love it, or Elden Ring 2, or Dark Souls 4, or you know, a new franchise, you name it. Fucking King's Field reboot, then we're gonna make new emotes for that. Duskblood. Gonna make a Dusk Lord Mungus emote. Need a Dusklord Mungus emote? Yeah. I don't even know if Mungus will even get this game on Switch. Even though he changed his name, I don't even know if he'll do it. It seems like we're have 3 of them here. If that's the red from earlier, this could be a problem. The issue is because of the Great Bow, we can't really commit. Oh! What's that? parry that? Come on, that goes over it. That all comboed. We'll take it with this fucking insane fucking Ash of War damage. It does like over half your health with one Ash. That's dangerous. Photoshop was the real deal before AI? Well, I mean, Adobe now is just... they're digging their own grave, really. Guys, if there's anyone here who's an investor, a stock investor into Adobe, because some YouTubers told you that it was a great company, you're in trouble, dude. Adobe's going down the drain. Software is gonna get slowly replaced by AI, and companies like Adobe who are using AI. Problem with Adobe is like everyone hates it so much that everyone is ready for any alternative at any time. Like everyone hates Adobe so much, like I mean the users, not like random people. I mean the people who use it hate the company so much that the moment there's an alternative, they're jumping off ship. There's any Adobe investors in chat, very, very big risk. That's Elden Ring right there. It ate my input because I blocked after the attack. So I didn't parry in time. There we go. Thing that's going on though with AI and software is that because AI is boosting massively the productivity of programming, the level of entry to program a top-of-the-line software is getting like more and more realistic to do with small teams with low budget. And so you might see like more softwares coming out that that are made by independent companies that are to compete with the Adobes of this world. And if they're good enough, well, there's no everyone's jumping off ship. All right, we got a light rolling parry god. So oh, he's not light rolling, never mind. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. It's slowly coming. Like, there's a lot that's gonna change in the future. That's for sure. Everyone hates 11, dude. I think if Steam plays their card right, they're gonna push so many people toward Linux. I'm so happy about that, though. Like when Linux adoption becomes like wider, we get more support for it with softwares and games. Man, it's gonna be great. We're gonna all be able to move away from Windows. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Game support's already like 95%. Yeah, it's getting pretty damn good. I agree. That's why I say that. That's really because of a lot of the work that Steam has done too. I think the Steam Deck has opened the eyes of many people. Really cool move by Valve. You switched fully to Linux 6 months ago? That's great, dude. How did it go? How do you find it? So smooth with Steam? That's fucking great, dude. I think for me, the only reason why I'm not switching is the softwares, dude. I have so many softwares that I can't just willy-nilly switch like that and just have too many softwares. But it's gonna happen at some point, I guarantee you. Take my input there. One down. Okay, buddy. You just do that, alright? I'll just sit over here. Maybe what will end up happening for me is I'll have like a Windows PC that I keep offline, you know what I mean? And then my online PC will be like a Linux machine, something like that. Like a forced AI features on Linux is a big selling point for you. I mean, anything that's forced is, you know. What's crazy is, dude, what's crazy right now is like Windows has gotten so bloated that I'm sure if they, like, you know, imagine if tomorrow they came out with an announcement of like a fully stripped bare bone version of Windows that runs flawlessly. but you have to pay $1,000 for it. I kid you not, I think everyone would fucking buy it. You know, like, that's how crazy it's gotten. Like, people would be desperate to pay for their product without all the crap. That's how much they fuck people over. And, you know, like, $1,000 is a fucking... It's a lot of money, but I think they fuck people over so much that... There's 3 of them. I have to be careful. Oh, there's one here. And they fuck people over so much that I wouldn't be shocked if... there's a Grey Bow guy up there, though. Oh my god. We got debuffed by the scrubs. There you go, that's one down. Was the right one too. Why is everyone falling today? I don't know. The aura. That debuff Asher is something. It's so cancer, dude. Like this, the debuff thing in this game is so fucking cancer. It really should have been like debuffs everything, but not the physic. Because the physic defines fights in this game. The physic mechanic is like one of the least thought of, most poorly implemented mechanic in this game. It really is a strong detriment to the game. Oh, we might get Dragon? No, he's not attacking. If invasions keep getting slow like that, I'm gonna do 2s for those interested. I hope you're wrong, Chirico, but I might be heading this way, but I hope you're wrong. Yeah, Sonder, I think you're right also. It's kind of crazy because, like, you would have said that, like, a few years ago, everyone would have thought you were crazy. And right now, it's like, people are numb to it. I mean, it's crazy how they managed to sneak that with people accepting it, right? That's nuts. By the way, some of you might not know, but if you give like permission to your browser to use your camera for your phone, some websites actually do take a picture of you when you visit them on your phone. I'm not even joking. That shit's crazy. Obviously, though, they can't do that if you don't have permission. There's someone in there? No, he's by himself. Okay, I need to dodge that. Really see much here. Oh, the guy is a professional. He wants everyone against him.
Hey! Hey!
You can also reverse engineer a clear image of your house using... Wow, what? A clear image of your house interior using Wi-Fi? Are you kidding me? That's some fucking black magic shit. I've never heard of that. That's fucking nuts, dude. Oh my god. That's crazy. Bro, that's the first time I hear that, but... I know I read in an article about like cyber security that they already had a neural network that could guess your password from the sound of you like typing things. So like let's say that your phone was next to your PC while you were typing your password. They're able to like have your password from the sound of your clicks. They're basically able to guess the location of the clicks and have your password like that. It's, like, that shit is nuts, dude. Like, most mortals don't even know about that shit. I mean, it's pretty nuts, to be fair. Cybersecurity pros keep Wi-Fi disabled. I mean, you're gonna make me fucking... freak out. Dude, do you guys have Wi-Fi disabled? Man. Any of you in chat have Wi-Fi disabled? It's disabled for you, Chirko? Damn, dude. And you're making compelling arguments. Honestly, I would probably have it disabled too, but I don't think my girl would like it. This is the first time you hear about this? I mean, no one screams that on top of roofs. Like, you're also, like, usually, you're also, Like, when you say stuff like that, people think you're crazy, even though, like, it's not even that hard to look up nowadays. Like, it used to be, like, conspiracy material and unthinkable a few years ago, but nowadays, like, everyone knows that their phone is listening to them. And if you dig a little deeper, you know, you learn the stuff I told you about the browser sites that take pictures of you, if you give permission. And then what Sonder is saying about the Wi-Fi, I mean, it sounds completely crazy, but what I told you about the password guessing is kind of similar, so it's not that improbable when you stop and think about it. You don't want your car connected to the internet? Hell no, dude, me either. No Wi-Fi and tinfoil hat combo? Bro. You know another fucking crazy thing? I forgot if I saw that in the World Economic Forum conference, but they were talking about like mind reading. Like researching, like reading brain waves. So, you know, it's probably not there yet, but the tinfoil is gonna not be so crazy at some point. Oh yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Like, a lot of that stuff is like common knowledge, like the phone listening to you, but some of the other nuanced stuff, like, you know, the Wi-Fi scanning the room, like, I mean, you probably need like some like very rare specific like model that's probably like, you know, maybe like only like authorities or like groups with large amounts of money have access to that, but still. Sounds crazy, but when you stop and think about it, definitely very possible. Oh. You again. Oh, you won't be killing him this time. He got saved by the bell. The idea of charging for oxygen and water is insane, bro. Like, there's no way that's gonna happen in our lifetime. Like, I think people are crazy, but they're not that crazy. There's no way that's gonna fly. I guess maybe if you made believe that it's super rare or something, maybe that could happen, but I have my doubts, dude. That's just too much. That's too far. Too far down the rabbit hole. People are getting free water? For me, yes. In Canada, we have, well, where I live in Quebec, it's, I think we are one of the largest reservoir of drinkable water on Earth. We have a ton of lakes here. And we also have a bunch of hydroelectricity as well. Like, as far as resources go, we're very blessed here. Thought Canadians only drank maple syrup? it's such a fucking... It's so cliche that... I mean, you can't even help but laugh about it. Crazy, dude. In Germany, you can also drink tap water in most places. Well, I'm not saying you can drink directly from lakes. I wouldn't do that, though. But you know, like with a little filtration system. Like a lot of people that live near lakes, for instance, well, they can get their fresh water from lakes. It's just that they have to have some sort of filtration going on. Or, you know, municipalities, they'll filter the water themselves and distribute it. Same thing with cities, obviously. I mean, it's pretty much like that in any first world countries. You drink water from your neighbor's hose unit? You heard water in Germany tastes like garbage? Really? Why is that? Anyone in Germany can deny or confirm? Depends on the mineral in the water. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You deny that? Okay, well, there you go. Whoa, we don't want that. I think what's worse is getting madness. What the range? Insane, dude. Oh, we take that. Oh, he's sitting on the elevator. Oh, he's coming here. Come on, where's my axe? My trusty axe. Another fucking blue already. Alright. Damn it. Dude, they just keep getting saved. I believe he got that. Okay. What? Okay. Are we gonna make it? We did, okay. Oh, that was funny. uh, the Kevin's chasing after you. Dude, not having access to your swap, there was like so many instances where I wanted to redon them when they were near this side, but my inventory's not set up for this, so... Like when I have the axe and the shield like that, I can't do any swaps. Careful here. And the flame drops too. Yo, what is this interaction? Alright. Oh my god, dude. This is so cancer. Even if they're really bad, like, it's so dangerous. Should be a BS there. We got a teammate though. What? Okay, this guy has shit net. That was nowhere near me. What the fuck? Yeah, he early hit that too. This guy's net's pretty ass, unfortunately. Yep. And the frame drops here when I'm in the grass is nasty. Teammate left me here. Oh, come on. There we go, tier skip his ass. You know, he does in the 2v1. What the fuck? This net is actually super dog. Good swap there from teammate, like jumping in. He picked the right timing. Big teammate. That's how you play 2v1 with friendly fire. Like what he did there, he just let me do like my thing, and then once I lost aggression, he jumped in there to keep aggression. That's how you have to do it. Teammate's not scared. He played it correctly. That's how you have to play it. Teflon is the chemical? No, it's the chemical that they use to make Teflon that's toxic. Teflon itself is actually harmless. In fact, like, I saw a documentary on Teflon. Like, basically, like, Teflon was, like, I think it was popularized in, like, the 50s or something like that. Maybe before that, maybe the 40s, I forgot. But, you know, they were transporting, like, nuclear material, and the pipes were rotting, because nuclear material was just so fucking, you know, it was just, like rotting the pipes, and so they invented Teflon, and Teflon was basically a molecule that, it just, like, everything glides through it, like, it doesn't penetrate like anything, like, nothing adheres to it. And even if you absorb it, because nothing adheres to Teflon, you eliminate it, it just goes through your whole body. It's not harmless above 500 Fahrenheit. Well, maybe if it changes, I don't know about that. But from the documentary I saw, I remember clearly that basically what it was saying is what was super harmless that polluted the water was the thing that they used to make Teflon. And, like, basically the whole water bodies on Earth, like, everything is contaminated by that thing. That's ultimately what was the conclusion for the documentary. Like, every body of water on Earth is, like, polluted with that, because it spread it everywhere. And it's the chemical that they use to make Teflon. Yeah, the documentary talked a lot about DuPont. I think they're the one who invented the formula, I think. If I remember correctly. Invasions have picked up a little bit. Invented a lot of shit, fucked up a lot, unfortunately. Yeah. Pretty sad. We got 2 friends. That actually does nice damage to my shield. The urge for them to spam out of stun is what's costing them. Oh man. You can just attack, parry, and you're gonna get people at some point. Yeah, that's what I think that's what I saw in the documentary, Knight Rider. Yeah, I think it was the same thing I saw. I think what I like the most about this setup is really the fact that I'm telling you guys, it would not be the same if this was like a Wakizashi, because Wakizashi, like people know that, well, I mean, people we fight probably don't know, but people know that you can't, like, attack out of it because it's too fast, so they're gonna roll out. Whereas with the axe, they don't respect you on the second swing because they can attack you out of it. And so you do one attack into a parry and it works like so much, it's crazy. Alright, Chad, do we have anyone down for twos right now? How many do we got? If we got enough people, we're gonna do twos right now. Okay, we got 1, 2. We need one more. Alright, we got 3. Let's do this. Alright. So, United Combat, 4 combatant. No password, any location. Let's do this. Oh, I'm kind of liking this setup, honestly. Yeah, do a packet loss test if you think your connection's bad. That's a good idea. I think it's packetlosstest.com. Their website is all orange. And you want to do a packet loss test for the full duration. Like, you can change the duration to, I think, maximum 3 minutes. Technically, 3 minutes is not a lot, but if you constantly have issues, it's going to show up. The issue, though, with diagnosis of packet loss is everything looks fine until it happens. I remember back in the day, Amish did a vid on Wi-Fi, and he did a lot of tests, and he came to the conclusion that his Wi-Fi was just as good as his internet connection. You know, as his Ethernet cable, basically. And, you know, it's true until it's not. That's how it works. Dependent on interference. No, I'm not talking about you, Green. Just packet loss in general. Like the reason why maybe your tests are unconclusive or something. Man, I should have swapped there. Behind me? That's a good flame strike. Come on, bro. This is wild. this game. Oh wow, that reached. I locked onto the wrong guy. Lock-on is really not helping. I got double team there. Help. Put that maybe. Oh, that's unfortunate. Good help. I'm stupid. That might have given us the win. Yep. We have separate lobbies going on. Someone is having trouble connecting. This person that's causing an issue. Yeah, this person is causing issues. There we go. With baby turtle should be fine. I'll be right back. Oops, yeah, I was muted. Thanks for the heads up. Dude, fucking CS Enjoyer on my team is lagging everywhere. Look at that. Oh, now it's fine, but... Bad troll. Oh my god, forgot about that. That's my teammate. They didn't heal and they jumped at him with no HP. Well, that's certainly something. Aim. Good running. My god, this game sucks. Keep missing my thoughts. Holy fucking shit. It's shitnet time. Teammate is lagging. I need to finish him. Hey, are you lagging or is Big Fatty lagging? You're both lagging for me. Both of you are lagging. But you're lagging the most, Mary. Oh man, I can't believe I missed a roll on that. It's just bad play. And everyone's lagging, that's nuts. I think it's the ISPs, dude, like fucking Cloudflare or... Okay, just no hit for anyone. armor, dude. That shit's so annoying. It's just hyper armor galore. Yes. Same lock on. Come on, bro, this stupid ass game. You saved him. The R2 was timed right too. Oh wow, we still won. Maybe I should throw more neutral parries. We spam it. We don't care. The low IQ strat sometimes works. Thanks for the help there. Cover his ass. Save him. Oh, come on, you stupid game. could help. Can we take that? It's just the parry spam. It just works. What? Oh my god, that should be a BS there. Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay. Man, this game sucks. Trap. Take that. Oh my god, I didn't know what he was doing there. Fucking game. Go on this guy because the other one has too much hyper armor. That's my fault there. He made this speedrunning his death though. Insane range. Oh my god. Yeah, I think your net's fine now. Didn't see you lag either. Oh, Plentiful says you're lagging terribly. Maybe I didn't see you because you're on my side though. I'm not paying too much attention. Here we go, we got Way 7 with his beautiful Halloween costume. I saw that. Whoa, we almost one-shotted him, but we didn't. Oh my god. Well played, Wade. No chicken for you. Didn't mean to do that, actually. This one I meant to do it, but I'm surprised I got it. Predictable, dude. Like, it's gonna work a few times, but I wasn't born yesterday. I know how to counter the fishing, dude. Oh wow. Oh my god. Dude, it's definitely some like Cloudflare fucking ISP issues because there's too many people lagging. I don't think that's like any individual problem. It should be fine now. The reincarnation of King Peterson. Some big damage. Could be S attempt, but this is Elden Ring and this game does not like backstabs. Get parried, dude. Just parried everyone like so many times. uh. Yeah, I don't think it's anyone in particular that's lagging, honestly. It's been a recurring thing for like everyone lately, so it's definitely like some sort of issue like with cloud, you know, like the internet providers, like the infrastructure like Cloudflare, something like that. Probably Cloudflare actually that's causing it. Good, I won't have to deal with the baby turtle mace for this one. The baby turtle with the fucking... A good thing he's just queuing that. Well played, baby turtle. I didn't get this there. No! Okay, that's too many there. That's too many. I deserve that. Jesus Christ. That's that Dark Souls 3 stab right there. I don't see those anymore in this game. Okay, we trade that. I used to backstab people like that so much with Great Sword in Dark Souls 3, blocking like Curve Sword running attack into reverse. Nice. Nice. I thought it was aimed at me. Uh-oh. I got comboed there. Baby turtle got this though. Too many parry attempts on this one. That cost me. A little too greedy because of last round. Holy damage. Been streaming forever today? Well, not really. Like when you break it down, we did like an hour of invasion, then we did an hour of reaction vid, then we did 2 hours of invasion. So did 3 hours of invasion like usual, and then we're doing like basically like an hour and a half of V2s. That's it. And I started early as well. had more time. Alright, for this one, not as many parries, more spacing. Try that. Gotta watch my back, getting double team and shit. Moment I bundled. It's reaction roll. Yo, the shit net. I don't think that's his fault though. That's Cloudflare for sure. Yeah, it's happening to everyone right now. I'm stupid, I missed that. No! It's my fault. Stamina mismanagement. God damn it. That's a choke right there. No hit. Yo, what the fuck? Shit net's painful. I think we're gonna call it after that. Like, the net on this game right now is starting to become, like, somewhat unplayable. And I don't think that's anyone's fault. Bro, hit something! No! Ah! Okay, good kill. Oh my god, lock on, please. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it here because for whatever reason, everyone is lagging. So I don't think that's anyone's fault. But thanks guys, thanks everyone for playing. Really appreciate it. Those twos were fun though, even with the little lag, it wasn't that bad. But I think I'm gonna call it here. Thanks everyone for playing, really appreciate it. Catch you guys later as always. Alright, let's see here. Okay, we got Hope After Rain, and that's it. Let's rate that. My Twitch is lagging. What the fuck? There you go. One sec, guys. My laptop is actually freezing right now, so I can't raid. Give me a sec. Guys, my laptop just froze, so I can't raid anyone. So I'm just gonna close stream. Thanks everyone for coming by. Really appreciate it again. But I'm not able to raid anyone.